I acknowledge there's quorum and Bob in today's meeting 835. Therefore, I call the meeting to order. Start off with prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to save together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem. Please be upstanding.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Right, item one, minute taker. Can you just note that the absence of Councillor Ryan Bell and Lumsden for me, please? Leave of absence. I've got it here somewhere. Councillor, I move that that I be granted leave of absence from meeting number 836, which is on the screen. May I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. Condolences is nil today, unless you got some late ones. We move on. Okay. Mayoral Minute. Councillors, there's two. The first one is that Councillor Shelley Curtis be appointed Deputy Chairperson of the Lifestyle and Community Committee, effective from the closure of today's council meeting and the 835 meeting of Council of the City of the Gold Coast through the conclusion of the current council term. Councillor, of course, I spoke to the Chair of the committee, Councillor Vorster. He gave consent to that, and of course I spoke to, or I think my Chief of Staff spoke to Councillor Curtis, and she consent to that. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. There's another Mayoral Minute, councillors. Councillors, I move that officer undertakes a geographic review of the locations of men's sheds across the city with a view to determine the location of additional facilities and or providing financial in-kind support for their continued operation. I was privileged to, I'll be in the Mayor's report, but I was privileged to attend the 40th anniversary at the Labrador men's shed. Talk to the guys there. There's a mile of waiting list for the men's shed, and there was a document there to show that the shedders' health are much better than the non-shedders. And so with that in mind, I thought, well, let's get officers to review across our city. And I know there's some areas that there's surplus requirement. I'm sure we can work something out to come up with some more men's shed and to look after the men. And really, just because you hit a certain age and retire, you're still very useful for the community. And I put it this way, councillors, there's one project that they take in second-hand push bike, some even go to the tip to get it, and they modify it and made wheelchairs out of it and send it overseas to countries who can't afford wheelchairs for kids. And that's just an example of how you can add value to the community. I'll go to Councillor Owen Jones first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think you'll recall that a couple of years ago when we were dealing with the planning for the Oxenford Park area, we actually had officers do a report regarding all of the existing men's sheds at the time. So I appreciate the fact that this is a review, but it may very well be that there's a body of work that was done in the last 24 months which will help guide that. And I think it's actually geographically it's important that they are spread. I know that when we've recently approved for some funding and the go-ahead for the new building at Oxenford, and as part of that work, the 100-odd membership base provided where they were physically coming from, and it actually was from 4 of the adjacent divisions. So I think that the geographic work is really important, but I think we need to be mindful of the existing sheds that are already there and what their size is, and like all of the service clubs where we contribute, basically we need to do it in a sustainable type of manner. So we provide a facility and they do the running. So again, I can only really speak for the Oxenford men's shed, but their annual fees, I think from memory, are about $60, which is not exactly a big impost, but every year they have an argument as to whether or not it should go up in increments of dollars. So I think that it makes sense for the city to review it, but I think that we need to make sure that geographic review takes into account the fact that they do pick up membership from quite a wide geographic base, Mr Mayor.
Okay. So, Mr CEO, can you take on board of Councillor Owen Jones' comment, and while we refresh and review this report, I'll go from my left to right, so I'll go to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My area has Springbrook Men's Shed, which is a really great asset for the broader Springbrook Mountain area. But in Mudgeeraba, there isn't a men's shed, but there's quite a lot of other very similar organisations like the Gold Coast Woodturners, which has about 160 members, I think, ageing from about 12 to 80. I wondered if you would have any objection to divisional councillors just being included stakeholders in this review.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I think that's a must.
Yeah, just to help that local insight, I think will help the report being really informed.
It'll be really good. Looking forward to that. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. To you, or through you as you see fit. I just wanted to flag a conversation without, of course, breaching the confidentiality of the Safer Suburbs Forum, but you'd be aware that we discussed something related to this. I think when the city officers do this geographic review, they should also have in mind to any state government-owned parcels of land which may be redeveloped in the fullness of time. I think, for example, of the land that the state government owns at the Barcy Lakes train station, which may in future become a transit-orientated development. And I think that it would be wise to alert the state government to the opportunity of including social infrastructure like a men's shed at locations like that, close to public transport and on the M1 that can serve a geographic catchment. That's important to me and I know to many. So geographic review should look at state land. The second thing, Mr Mayor, is that there are some men's sheds, and Councillor Young and I were just talking about this before, that may be forced to move or close due to redevelopment of council facilities. And I wonder whether there could be, not a prioritisation, but some special care provided to those men's shed groups, because they've got a facility that might be lost through no fault of their own, and I think it's important to look after them.
I think that should be part of the prioritisation, actually.
Thank you.
I know the ones you mean. All right. Okay, all good. So, Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Tozer, I have a carpenter's workshop in my division and also in Division 14. So maybe if that terminology, as per men's shed, can be broadened a little bit to include some of those groups, and I'd certainly like to be included in that discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll bring it up there, and I'm sure that we'll include those group as well. All right, councillors, I put the motion to you. Councillor Peter Young.
If you don't mind me mentioning, Nerang has a unique presence of both a men's shed and a Sheila shack, and I don't know if there's many other Sheila shacks across the city, but similar to the men's shed, they provide a great opportunity for women to come together and to benefit from that interaction and support and
I think
learning.
if you raise it at the stakeholder, and I'm sure that will be included in the report.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And I suggest, Mr. CEO, if the officer can start the consultation process with Councillor Peter Young.
Yep.
Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, just if it helps, Councillor Young, he's not the only person with a Sheila shack in their division. So the Oxenford Men's Shed actually run 2 days a week with female members. So it's actually, as part of the review, that membership, a broader membership base actually makes a lot of sense because they bring a different attribute into that men's shed environment. So I think that we need to be mindful of that. So, and as we all know, the founder of the men's shed was actually a lady herself. So it makes a lot of sense that we're as inclusive as possible.
Yes. So, councillors, I see that we'll hoover up all the men's sheds, additional location, even some land from the state, and also the Sheila shack can come on board. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Confirmation of minutes of 834, meeting 834. Councillors, any correction need to be done? Move for adoption, someone? Move, Councillor Tozer, seconder. Councillor Pauline Young, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. All right, Mayor's report. So on the 22nd of August, I attended a Senate public inquiry into the preparedness to host the Commonwealth Games 2026 and the Olympics and Paralympic Games 2032. In short, really, councillors, the talk that they asked me about the Olympics first, what my thoughts are, based on how we delivered our Commonwealth Game 2018. And my thoughts are this. To build a temporary facility is totally opposite to legacy. And I cited the example of the temporary swimming pool that's going to be built in Brisbane, and the diving pool in Brisbane, temporary. So after the game's finished, you can't swim in it because it's filled in. So it's either build in another location or whatever. And I just said, look, that's an example of there's no legacy in the temporary facility. And then the question was asked to me, well, can we look at running the swimming on the Gold Coast? And of course I expanded on that and said, yeah, well, we can, because the Pan-Pacific Games, where we had athletes from America, and one of the world best athlete was Michael Phelps. Most of my name dropped him. And I spoke at length with Michael and about the open roof there. He had no issue with it whatsoever. And he said, just look at the times. We're breaking records here. And so I said, well, so this is a good pool and good warm-up pool, a good aquatic facility? And his answer is yes. So I shared that with the Senate committee. But I said there is a exemption to the rule. I would say in the Commonwealth Games where we had the sand beach volleyball, we built a temporary facility in Coolangatta because picturesque. It's on the beach and it's quintessential Gold Coast, and of course that's temporary because one, it did its job. Secondly, we didn't want Elizabeth Park to have that facility there long term afterwards. So that facility was taken down because people enjoy the walk there and wanting to utilise the park, and it's on the beach and all that sort of stuff. So that's one exception because of what the community wants. The legacy there is the shots that flew over with all our beaches and Commonwealth Championship playing volleyball right there in our city. So I just said, look, that's the only one. But other than that, I can't think of much more. Then I said, value for money. Right? I said, look, we look at value for money when we did our program, and we respect ratepayers' funds and state government and federal government tax, and that's really got to be the other serious consideration. And then they asked me, well, what do you mean by that? I said, well, is at the time spending $2.7 billion on the Gabba and gaining 8,000 seats and moving schools and there's protests out there. I'm not so sure that's value for money. And even the Australian Olympic person said that should just do a refurbishment, a good refurbishment, and it will do the job. My fear is that the one is going to go by the way of the River Rail, where it's 5 times the budget, and the Gabba currently now is 2.7 billion, and so ends up being 5 billion, 8,000 seats. That's not value for money. So, but I said, look, you know, I'm not on the board there, so I can tell the senators my thoughts and feeling on that. Anyhow, they took their notes, and I think the report should come down in about a week or two. Then anyway, I'll leave it at that. That's the majority of it. I attended again, but it's later on in my report, which I'll share. The second one was the Common Grounds Gold Coast Foundation event. I think Southport State MP Rob Mohog is the chair there. We took a table as councillors, and Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Hamill and Tozer was there, I think. Anyone else was there? And the virtue of about trying to help with long-term support in accommodation to individual who's struggling and has challenges, you know, whether it's mental health, addiction, and the like. Well, and here's the thing, this is where it's incredible. The first person that put up his hand, I know James won't like me to put it in the report, but James Frizzell, Charitable Foundation, Gold Coaster, generously donated $2 million that night just to get things going. So it's fantastic, and looks like they found some land, the state land, so we can go ahead and get this project going. So it's a privilege to be part of the beginning of that project. Queensland Youth Parliament, so the younger generation, I sat there and talked. They had youth members from Bonnie and Broadwater, Burleigh, Coomera, Currumbin, Gavin for some, Mudgee Bar, and Surfers Paradise and Theodore. And we had a frank conversation, and it's enjoyable. It's a good learning curve for both ways to understand how to connect with the younger generation. Green Heart Stage 1, I was with Councillor Vorster. Councillor Vorster, do you want to enlighten us with that?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you so much for coming to Robina and helping to turn maybe one of the first 2 million sods on site. And I say 2 million because quite excitedly for me, work has commenced on the construction of the first stage of the Green Heart. Mr Mayor, we often talk about development matters in council. We have a whole committee dedicated to development. What we often don't talk about is the social licence which we must earn in order to deliver housing. And one way of earning that social licence is to ensure that we have the best parks and facilities for Gold Coasters to enjoy. We all know that we're required to go up and not out, and that will require many Gold Coasters to give up the dream of a backyard, swapping a backyard for a balcony. Well, what could we do other than give people the biggest and best communal backyard? This project is 27 hectares in its first stage. Will ultimately be 270 hectares. And Mr Mayor, my message to you and to those in this chamber is that this project was formerly called the Robina City Parklands. It's now the Green Heart. This must be a project owned by the whole of the Gold Coast. And if you are on the doorstep of public transport, be it high-frequency buses or the heavy rail, this is your park as well. And I hope that this begins the unstoppable momentum towards delivering something which will be a true legacy of this council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then Councillor 28th of August came, went down to a second round of Senate committee and in Melbourne. And this time the focus was more on the preparedness of the Commonwealth Games 2026. I opened the statement, basically said, obviously, the Victoria Commonwealth Game wasn't prepared because Dan Andrews, the Premier, has cancelled it. So that's out the window. And a few things passed. During the first inquiry, the question was asked, did I write to the Sports Minister, Federal? And I said, yes, I did. And I said, did you ever get a reply? And I said, no, I didn't. And but in between the two Senate inquiry days, I did get a reply. And I was asked to table that reply to the Senate. And in that, it read that if the state government is for it, the federal government would consider to fund it. So what I said was this: a couple of things changed since the last Senate inquiry, like very quickly. The agreement that the Victoria will compensate to the tune of $380 million, not to do the games. So in other words, sign a cheque and no infrastructure bill or nothing, and game over, so to speak. Then I did speak to the Commonwealth Federation. I said, well, if there's a good chunk of that can come our way, plus, you've got to dream a little bit, plus if the federal government willing to fund in a similar tune as 2018, plus CPI, that's another 260 million. So you're knocking on the door of 600 million. And of course, you've got to talk to the state. But here's the progress, councillors, is that until I can bring it to you, all I'm asking is that I'm not asking for a yes to the state. I'm just asking for the opportunity to lay out the logistics and run the game of how we can run it for the price that we can afford. In other words, around 600 million, because that's sitting there in the wind, and you know, it's literally running the games, but you're letting Victoria pay for it. So that's really the essence of it. But we'll wait and see. I've got to catch up with the Premier again. Then I'll bring it to you to see whether or not you would think, well, can should we do that analysis? And, Mark Peters still worked for us. Very quickly, I think 3 weeks, he'll be able to lay out that can we do it for that price. And the other thing is, can reflect off what economic benefit we did in the Commonwealth Games economically after the Games, get him to lay that out. I read the Premier's speech. It said that there was economic benefit of $2.8 billion for the state of Queensland from the Commonwealth Game. So if we're using funding from Federation and the Fed government, and there's potential to be that kind of return, I think we should visit it to see whether or not we take the opportunity. Then I went and visited Set Free Care and down in Southport. And quick visit, wasn't sure, Councillor Patterson, were you with me or not? But the Orange Lady, they do all the laundry for all the people who are in Southport. They go in there to dine in the morning, have their breakfast, the homeless I'm talking, and I did ask them if they bring their own laundry to do it in there, and they said no, they don't. But since then, all the food from the Oz Harvest gets delivered there all the time, so I was able to report to the Mayoress charity, and I said, the Oz Harvest truck that you started on the Gold Coast, because it used to stop at Logan River, you should go down and have a look. They're getting all the food there. So they're the sort of things that Gold Coasters and volunteers are going well. And I think, and that's converted into a church on Sundays. So it's really good, very humbling, and a lot of selfies before I got out of there. Next one was the Gold Coast Music Awards, and Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer and Councillor Owen Jones in attendance. I delivered the opening address of the 9th Annual Gold Coast Music Award. 930 nominations, so congratulations to all the nominations, wonderful, we're growing. Independent panels of 17 judges, tough job. There's so many good acts. 12 awards were presented that night, and I presented the release of the year to St. Lane. I think the name of the song was I Thought My Name Was Cursed. And congratulations to all the winners: Breakout Artist of the Year, Girl and Girl; Live Act of the Year, Bunjera; Musician of the Year, Omar Hanlon; Song of the Year, Alt Fiction, Why Are You Still Here? And so I left shortly after that. I had to go to launch the GC 500 countdown at the Marriott, so that's why I had to go. And the Boost Mobile GC 500 supercar launch will be in Streets of Surfers Paradise on the 27th to the 29th October, round 11. Last year we had 200,000 race fans pack the circuit. This time round, we're going to have 3 days of entertainment. 3 days. They said they're going to keep partying for 3 days, so I'll look forward to that one. All right, we better stock up to the Baraka. Next one, Lifesaver World Championship, 1 year to go. We're going to have 2024 Lifesaving World Championship at Corowa Surf Club, the biggest lifesaving event on the globe. So 7,000 athletes, 12,000 supporters, 50 countries flying the flag from Corowa to Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Bigger than the Commonwealth Games. So if you can do this one, you can do Commonwealth Games, I'm sure. Gold Coast Show 2023 was there at the opening. I didn't write down who was there, but a lot of councillors were there. Councillor Patterson, our Deputy Mayor, Donna Gates, Councillor Owen Jones, and I know others were there. I think Councillor McDonald was there, and my usual bit, I went off script making my speech. I said I only had 3 things to say. One, that the show is free. Everyone clap. Two, that those, can't even recall now. Dadwood dogs are cooked and ready. And the third one, I said, being off script, I can't remember. So opened it, so therefore declared the show's open. It was a wonderful day, and I went all the way up to the northern part where there's tourist park there, and they had horse jumping, all that sort of stuff. It's really like the good old day of the show, but it's on the beach, Gold Coast style. I didn't try the axe cutting there. I think it's too hard. I tried it one year, and it's too hard, but it's great. So, Councillor, it's wonderful that we support it. I think the show was in their 116th year. So it'd be great if we can keep it going, councillors. Ray White, Surfers Paradise Muscular Dystrophy Charity Ball. They raised $200,000. You know, congratulations to Andrew at Ray White and Greg as well. And then the Rocky Horror Show. We did a bit of jump to the left and right and pelvic thrust and all that. But 50 years, you know, I sat there listening to all the songs, dialogue and all that. Pretty raunchy for 50 years ago, and it's raunchy now. So it's quite amazing. Anyhow, still going, councillors. If you want a bit of fun, there you go. Community consultation, Surfers Paradise revitalisation. Councillor Taylor and I was there to launch it. Councillor Taylor, you want to say a few words for it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, we've started the community consultation for the revitalisation of Surfers Paradise. It's really important the community consultation hears from locals, which are obviously in the Surfers Paradise area, obviously visitors from interstate and overseas, but more importantly, the consultation is going throughout the whole Gold Coast out at Mudgeeraba. I'd like to thank Councillor Tozer for attending the consultation, Pimpamar. So it's all around the Gold Coast to get
We
some...
love surfers.
Thank you. So a community consultation goes for the next couple of weeks, and hopefully we get a report early in the year to the outcome of that report. Thank you.
Okay, no, great. And it's been good response. It's the highest response on my Facebook for a long time, you know. Next one, the license plate recognition camera, stolen vehicle. So so we can recognise the stolen, and that worked. There was a stolen car here in Hodder, and we rang the police. Drugs, 3 alleged criminals were nabbed, so it's working.
So, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Vorster.
Could I just add to the irony that all of this unfolded while at the Lifestyle and Community Committee we were talking about CCTV?
Oh, it's in action.
You can't make this up.
Yeah, very good. I would have thought you would run out and assist the police, but you were chairing. I know you were. I think Westo do call you RoboCop. So number 15 there, we got the City Funded Entities Board Appreciation Lunch. We all know that with the establishment of the Experienced Gold Coast, we wanted to thank past directors for major events, Hodder, Study Gold Coast, Destination Gold Coast, and Placemaker, and they all made us speeches, and that the passion for our city rang through that morning, councillors, and I think just about everybody was there in attendance and from the councillors, and we're in good hands. 30 years of Men's Shed, yep, I was there. We talked about it earlier, and that's a 30-year celebration. And Maxine Chesling gave a story on how the Men's Shed was developed, and it's quite good. I don't know if she's got a book, but if she has, it'd be a great read. There are now 1,300 sheds around Australia, so what a wonderful lady to come up with that concept. And Mayor's Christian Prayer Breakfast, Councillor Gates, Vorster, O'Neill and Pauline Young was there, and 260 people in attendance, and basically all the churches are coming together, and volunteers. If we need more volunteers for certain program, DVs and all that, it's all the IP of volunteering are being shared now, working as one unit. Then we did the launch of Swell. I think Councillor O'Neill was proudly there. Councillor Tozer, Councillor Jones, the opening night, perfect weather. Last year we had 150,000, enjoyed an incredible free family event, and it's still on. So if we can finish this early, we can get down there. 190 artists, 75 sculptures, and I go to Councillor O'Neill to add a few words, if you wouldn't mind.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to let everyone know too, we were able, Swell this year, able to get William Barton, the renowned didgeridoo player, and he'll be playing tonight down at Swell. Lots of extra activities, especially for the kids, and music activities, something for everyone today, this year, and also really happy that they will provide 2 park and rides. So parking is at a premium down there, so I suggest that you don't try to park down there, but go to either Crumban RSL or to Betty Diamond Park, and you can ride in the bus. So, but look, kudos to Swell, the organisers of Swell this year. They're putting on a bumper event.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
and William Barnes, he's played everywhere in the world, including Buckingham Palace, you know, and I know that Councillor Vorster and I was trained in the didgeridoo. We might grab our ditch if I can get down there, and he'd probably say no if it's me. Mayor, student, ambassador, leadership conversation. Basically, councillors, I sat there answering questions and enjoying their company. 20 students from 14 countries, and it's a great location. The hub, it's in it, and the ambassador program's in its 10th year. And they're all taking selfie and telling their family they're safe, enjoying the lifestyle on the Gold Coast. They're not coming back. No, I was kidding. And no, it's a great program. And then we had a visit from HMAS Maryborough 2, and went on board and had a look at that. Now, councillors, this is the last trip, and then she's going to be scrapped. It'd be wonderful if we can put our hand up and add it to our dive precinct. So I don't know, should I write a letter to her and just see what we can do? Anyone against that? I just against it, Councillor Jones.
Mr Mayor, I'm not against it, but as Councillor Vorster has pointed out, we've had correspondence previously to our Federal Defence Minister. One of the obstacles that we had is, I think from memory, the Feds wanted us to pay the $10 million worth of decommissioning costs. So it's a lovely idea to take it on board. If they wanted to deliver it and sink it for nothing, I reckon it would make a whole world of sense. But
okay,
it's a type of thing you may wish to write to both the current government and maybe one of our recent colleagues who might be able to take it up on behalf of the Gold Coast, Mr Mayor. I'm sure he hasn't forgotten us, but I reckon nothing would bring him more joy than to have a letter from you.
All right, let's have a crack, councillors. I know we were going for HMAS Trabuc, and last minute, at the surprise of State Minister Kate Jones and me, went up there. It was meant to come here, and anyway, karma has it. It was sank, and it laid on its side. Not ideal. So anyway, I think Maryborough would probably want it, but it's very shallow. I don't think they can sink it there. Anyhow, cost of writing a letter is not so bad. Let's have a crack. Royal Queensland Art Society Big Art Award. The Mayoress is the patron, so she went there and made her speech. 60th birthday Diamond Jubilee, and presented the awards. And and the president is Professor Ruth McPhail. So it's the night of the two Ruths, and it's wonderful. I've bought something there before, but with my own money, not council. So I just thought the OIA can take that on board, please. Citizenship ceremony yesterday at 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. 300 new citizens, 58 countries in the morning, and then 300 citizens, 64 countries in the afternoon. That's 600 more, and they'll be voting. Dracula's last night. Menagerie. I was there with Ruth, Dracula's newest show, and Councillor Taylor, and his lovely better half, Samantha, was there. This is my comment anyway, looking at what a great business, third generation, you know, and action-packed, world-class. I've been to show all over the world, councillors, from Vegas to Rio and old London town. And this production, right here at our doorstep, I'd put it up against any of those big shows. And you know, you look at that, you go, how could they possibly do what they do? So, Councillor Taylor, what do you thought?
It was an amazing show, and to watch that cabaret show start from a little corner block on T. Peters Drive, where it used to hold about 100 people, and now they're packing 500 people on Friday and Saturday nights, and keeping reinventing themselves year in, year out. It's a tribute to a small family company to keep presenting a show like this on the Gold Coast. So it was a fantastic opening.
It's so much fun, I'm telling you. So, Councillor, with this Mayor's report, the theme right through there, it shows there's events going on every week. You know, it's great to be able to be Mayor and attend all of them, but I can't do all of them, trying to spread the load to Deputy Mayor and others. So, I mean, you're going to something this next day or two, I think? Yeah. And and we'll add that to, take some photos, we'll add to the Mayor's report. But my point is, councillors, we are an event city. Unlike Victoria, they are the event cancel state. So 2 thumbs up for us. With that, I move that my Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. No, I just thought it's a brilliant report.
If you do say so.
Say so myself. Some say the most brilliant in all of the world.
Councillors, I'm going to put the accelerator on now. Item 7, clarification to members, nil. Item 8, business arising from the minutes, nil. Item 9, presentation, there's 1. Well, that's what it says here. Who's got a presentation?
No, nil.
Nil? All right, we'll make that nil then. Conflict of interest of declaration, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is one I don't feel I absolutely need to make, but I am.
Okay.
It relates to a request for a planning meeting with me over the land north of the Coomera town centre, and it's been purchased by Leader, and in 2015 I received a $500 donation from Leader, and I was not prepared to have the meeting until I had the approval of council to participate in this decision, which is of extreme importance to the future development of the Coomera precinct, including the road network that councillors supported a Mayoral Minute that you put in my absence at last meeting. And clearly there's a lot of issues, and there's the potential to deliver 4,000 homes on this site. So I would like to be involved. It's the meeting that's been requested is with the state member, Mr Michael Crandon, and the people from Leader.
Okay. Councillor, someone like to move a motion? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the Councillor's conflict of interest, because the public interest
A second.
will best be served given her insights as a long-term councillor, experienced member of the Planning Committee, and as a council representative to the state government's regional plan working group. That's enough. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer? Seconder? Haven't asked for the vote yet, so... Anyone speak against the motion? Okay, call for the vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? And note Councillor Gates did not vote. I call that carry unanimous. Councillor Vorster, you got your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were some technical issues late last night which meant that my DCOI for this moment did not come through. However, I have provided it to the Minute Secretary.
This is the global one, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rising to make a DCOI concerns the outcomes of a development application. The nature of the conflict is as follows. A reasonable person may form the view I have a personal interest in meeting with a resident and making inquiries on their behalf. This is because the resident lives on my street and I've previously made a declarable conflict of interest declaration, chosen not to participate in an earlier decision which affected the street. This decision, however, affects a commercial property well away from my home. The name of the neighbour, who's not an immediate neighbour I should add, is Mike Collins. He owns the subject commercial property. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter. So the reason why is this resident should be afforded representation by their local councillor despite an earlier declaration preventing that when it concerned their own home. So, when it concerned their own home. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There was a question from Councillor Tozer, but you haven't taken it. But I'm happy to respond it if you.
My question was, which matter did it pertain to? Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The property owner owns a commercial premises. It's tenanted. There's been a development approval. However, there is some concern that council has not properly calculated an infrastructure charges notice, and all I would propose to do is to meet with the resident who's requested a meeting because he feels as though it's important. I'm happy for a city officer to be at that meeting and then to raise a CR, and that's it. So very happy, not seeking to preempt anything, but very happy for a city officer to attend that meeting, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Okay. All right, councillors, well, it's up to us to do a procedure motion. Anyone wants to have a crack? Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Councillor Vorster may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because the interest is minor and remote.
Interest minor and remote. Have you got a standard interest because the interest minor and remote sitting in there? Let's have a look.
No.
Let's have a look.
It occurs to me that any
How's
person...
that? Have a read of that.
Yeah, it occurs to me that any person in our community, whether they live in our street or not, should be able to make an inquiry and have a CR, a councillor request. For those people who are watching today who aren't sure what a CR is, a CR stands for councillor request, and it's a standard process that effectively refers a query from the community to the officers to undertake administrative action. It is relatively rare that a councillor would be further required to make a decision about that, but if that did occur, then I'd trust that the Office of the CEO would intervene in a way that made sense.
Councillor Tozer, you happy with what's on the screen there?
Yes.
Okay. Second, anyone? Councillor Pauline Young? Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Unanimous. Councillor Vorster did not vote. Anyone else? We'll move on to reception and consideration of committee minutes. We'll start off Lifestyle and Community Committee. I'll go to the chair, Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Much more pleasant, this one. I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 5th of September 2023, covered by recommendations 1 through 4, be received. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Welcome. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Gates?
Item 7.1, please, Mr Mayor, for a declaration.
7.1, declaration on the screen. Take us through it.
Yes, correct, Mr Mayor. It relates to a donation received 8 years ago from a landowner in the area and the discussion involving that parcel of land, and I'm seeking permission to participate in the decision.
All right. Procedure motion, anyone? Thank you, Ken.
In committee, Mr Mayor, I move that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because the conflict, as disclosed, is minor and remote and the donation occurred over 8 years ago.
Great.
We can use those same words.
Yeah,
Great.
seconder, Councillor Vorster. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried, unanimous, and Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillor Vorster.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the report if you like.
Yes, okay.
I move the recommendations of the Lifestyle and Community Committee
Okay.
and that they be adopted.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Any other item you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My motion was to move all recommendations. I think we dealt with.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm happy.
We're good.
Transport, we go to, and infrastructure. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 5th of September 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillors, any item you wish to deal separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Second, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Councillor McDonald. Is that? What are you doing? Yes, no, maybe? Huh?
Not, it was in regards to the bike share, but
You're
it's
voting?
fine. No, I'm not voting.
Not voting, okay. Police record not voting. The motion carried. Super majority, please. Planning. We're going to planning. All right, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday, 7 September 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 12, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I have a declaration on item 6.2, so if that could be dealt with separately, please.
Councillors, we're going to 6.2.
I made the declaration at committee that in 2014 I accepted a donation of $1,850 from the town planning consultant UPS, and also on the 7th of the 9th 15, and the 2016 amount of $1,850 was refunded in full. I have considered my position and would like to remain and participate in the vote due to the significance of the application before us.
Seconder, Councillor.
No.
No.
Moves the procedural motion.
Oh, procedural motion, that's right, that's where we're at. On the screen there, is that good?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and prior to raising that at committee, I confirmed with Councillor Gates that she'd not had any discussion with the party about this application. Quite happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Hammer, yep. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you, all in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Motion carry. And against? Did not vote, Councillor Gates and Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I did not vote as I have my own declaration to make with respect to
Okay,
this
so
item.
can you put did not vote, Councillor Vorster as well, please? Then I'll go to Councillor Vorster for a declaration.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. At committee, I made a declarable conflict of interest declaration. It has to do with the fact my father-in-law lives at the adjacent site, and I understand that a number of other residents in that building had made submissions to the process, and at the meeting I took the step of removing myself, and I propose doing that now so the matter may be considered.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the item, Mr Mayor. Oh. Oop.
Councillor Patterson.
Just got a slight amendment for 6.7. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
We're on 6.
Oh, sorry.
Because I want to get Councillor Vorster back in.
Thought he was doing the others. No, it's right. Sorry. My
Councillor Hamill,
apologies.
can you do 6.2?
Happy to move 6.2, Mr Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. 6.2. Does anyone want to speak against? You want to close the argument?
Mr Mayor, just to say that in these two towers, it's 626 new dwellings to be delivered on the Gold Coast, and to thank officers for their work with the applicant in regards to Tower 2, that we've seen that entire tower move back from the beach, which means we now have a 22-metre separation to the high surf building next door, which is a good outcome for those residents.
Wonderful. Well, councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Officers, thank you, Councillor Young. Can you?
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, do you need to note how I voted on that one?
You voted yes?
In support.
I thought unanimous would cover it, but
Okay.
you're right.
Sure.
Let's go. Okay. Councillor Patterson, which one you want to go to?
6.7.
6.7. Is that on my list? Where is it?
Supplementary.
Late item, is it? Oh, all right, I thought you were joking with me. I got the old list.
Mr Mr Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just for ease, I'm aware that Councillor Tozer has a change to make the 6.3. Maybe we could work down, just for everyone's ease.
So,
Oh, and what do you got there?
6.1, Mr Mayor, just to share something with committee, if I may, if we are going from top to bottom.
Top to bottom, you all right? Anyone want to take the chair? Councillor
I've no
Vorster.
interest, Mr Mayor, I've no interest. I've no interest. It is very comfortable, but no interest, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, item 6.1 concerns a city placemaking progress report update. That report canvasses a series of actions that have been undertaken and proposed to be undertaken around the Varsity Promenade.
Do you need to move a motion on that so you can talk on it?
No, I'm not moving it, but I just want to flag with the room that my brother owns a commercial premises, an office suite, and that a long-time friend, probably 30 years, and an electoral donor operates a beauty salon in the Varsity CBD, previously made declarations with respect to those and placemaking here. I'm not taking that step today because the report doesn't propose any further
receiving
action.
and noting the report, right?
No, so I'm just flagging it today because I did it at committee, as any councillors who did not attend committee might have to move a procedural item. Thanks.
All right. Councillor Hamill, you want to move? Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Hamill, you want to close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. 6.1's done. 6.3.
Mr Mayor, I rise to move 6.3, but with some changes that were provided to councillors in a briefing note dated the 12th of September. So I've made the assumption that council officers have provided those to the meeting secretary.
Well, put it on the screen.
It's some adjustments to section 15, as well as the adjustments that we made at committee. And if you're happy to accept that motion, I'll just quickly speak to those changes.
Councillor Vorster?
I'm happy to second it for the purpose of...
Seconded. Now we have a motion afoot.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In committee, we explored this subdivision application to quite some extent, and we outlined some of the community concerns about densities. And I've got to say that officers did a really good job of explaining the land development guidelines and some of the provisions that change the way we interpret the city plan and things like the conceptual land use maps in our city plan in the context of land development guidelines, which are the state government's kind of planning provisions. The interface between those two things can be very confusing to the community, but we did our best at committee to make sure there was a public record of asking some of the questions that have been posed on some pretty active Facebook pages in this community in Gilston. And we also went through those issues in detail, making some slight adjustments to some of the there was a lighting provision in relation to a wombat crossing, Mr Mayor. There was a removal of one lot that was on a kind of isolated on another lot that we thought might ultimately be developed into the future and would affect the future road configuration. But one of the main issues that was raised was relating to the topography of the land and the way that retaining walls and fences interfaced with the existing residents of Gilston. And the reason it was a concern is because on the new lots, it was proposed because of the topography that at the rear of the lot, there was going to be a retaining wall to maintain the backyard of that new lot, and it would have a fence on top of it. But there's already existing fences in the existing established, or back fences in the existing established residences. And so when we went through committee and explored that matter, Mr Mayor, it became evident that there might be a gap between the new fence constructed and the existing fence. And we talked at length about the solution for that. What we were trying to avoid was that there would be no possibility of effectively a drain operating in between dead space between two lots. Effectively want the back fence of one lot really to line up with the back fence of another lot. And so through the process between planning committee and today, council officers have diligently engaged with the applicant or the project manager for the applicant, and has come up with a solution and provided some pictorial indications of what it might look like in a worst case scenario, but also received an assurance from the developer and the representative of the developer that engagement between the developer and the existing properties will occur such that the removal of the existing back fences will potentially be done by the developer in order to improve the amenity for the new development, as well as improve amenity for the other, like the existing established dwellings. There will still be a little bit of kind of weed mat and a drainage kind of channel that comes off the back of the retaining wall, which is required, but it will mean that the existing houses that live in that area will be negligibly impacted by this. It will mean there won't be, in most cases, two fences kind of back to back. Doesn't really make sense. And the amenity outcome, as far as I can see, actually seems to comply with the land development guidelines. Even if I didn't like the look of it, I'd be kind of probably stuck with it because of the way the state planning provisions go. But with these changes, Mr Mayor, I feel like we've got a really good outcome. Again, 80 new house and land packages will probably be available in the coming 12 to 24 months in Gilston, and it's an emerging community zone that we have designated for some time to have new homes. There is no doubt in my mind that some members of the community have been really frustrated, and that frustration has been driven by the idea that lots between 400 and 550 square metres will be located in a house development that, Gilston primarily has currently 500 to 800 square metre lots right now. But the land development guidelines delivered by the state really do provide that provision for property developers, and this site is now an entirely cleared site. It was already subject to a development approval that occurred some time ago for a shops and I think a 37-lot body corporate type townhouse type subdivision. And this outcome will mean that there is 80 new homes for probably young families to move into the central hinterland of the Gold Coast, only 5 minutes from Nerang, only 10 minutes from Mudgeeraba, and frankly in a beautiful kind of leafy suburb that already has a strong sense of community around it. I do hope the community that move in are welcomed by the existing community in Gilston, and we'll be looking forward to incoming meeting cycles. We'll see new small shops probably delivered for the Gilston area, and it's really evolving as a great suburb, and these 80 new homes, I'm sure these families will love living in that space. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speak against the motion? Back to Councillor Tozer to close.
Thank you, Mr.
Good. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carries. Super majority. Right. 6.4, shall we? Skip that? Yep. What's the next one? Where do we?
6.5.
6.5, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just speak briefly to it. It just involved...
will you move it?
Happy to second, Mr Mayor.
Move, Councillor Owen-Jones. Second, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, it involves the proposed Northern Marine Precinct, which is up at Steglitz, and this is one of the preliminary steps as officers explore that opportunity. Mr Mayor, during the committee we spoke of the need for officers to make contact with the major stakeholders, predominantly the landowners in the existing Coomera Marine Precinct, just to have them included in the consultation piece so that what was proposed at Steglitz would, as far as possible, be complementary to the very successful marine industry that we have already on the Gold Coast, predominantly located at the Coomera Marine Precinct. And Mr Mayor, we also spoke about the need to make sure wherever possible our planning maps weren't just terrestrial based, but also included the channel and the water body as well, in particular with our conversations with our state agency partners. So officers have given an undertaking that they will start showing that on the reflected mapping as well. As you will recall, Mr Mayor, in the Coomera River, we've always had an issue with the Coomera Marine Precinct and the centre of the channel and the need to dredge that to provide the best opportunities for the marine industry. And what we've traditionally had is a dredging through the channel, seabed licences, but with a bit of a no man's land, which needed to also be maintained and dredged at a consistent level with the middle of the channel. So I think that that's a learned lesson from the Coomera Marine Precinct that we can take forward into the Steglitz or the Northern Marine proposal, Mr Mayor. So I think that we are definitely heading in the right direction, but we just need to make sure that we land there. And then finally, Mr Mayor, in regards to community engagement and consultation, we were particularly mindful of the residential population that is adjacent to this proposed area. and the need for any future mapping to be cognizant of that, and in particular in regards to any of what I'm going to say is the dirty marine industries, which may create some issues in regards to smell and overspray and things like that. So we have a vibrant marine industry, and we need to make sure that anything that we do in the north doesn't impact on it in the existing precincts as well, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Speaking against the motion?
Who's against?
You want to close? Okay. Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. We're at 6.7.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have a proposed change to this. It's a slight change. Regarding, it would add a point 10, and it's regarding keeping within council's aspirations when we're looking at the draft SEQ plan for Southport PDA. So I think there is some proposed wording for a point 10, that the submission include an update to point 17 of the proposed submission to advocate for the provision of enabling infrastructure to support the Southport PDA in keeping with council's aspirations for the area. So this is regarding the draft plan for South East Queensland, and we just want to make sure when the state is suggesting things for Southport PDA and other areas that they are doing it in line with council's aspirations.
All right. Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, can we read what's proposed again? Because it mentions the designing for flood. Sorry. No, sorry, that's the wrong.
Let's try another 10.
Again, if you like.
How about that one?
That's right. Thank you very much.
Happy to second it.
Good pick up, Councillor Gates. Did we have a seconder before?
No,
No? Oh, okay. Councillor Peter Young, seconder.
I have a question, Mr.
Question. Councillor Gates.
If I may, through you, Mr Mayor, I don't know what the provisions of the PDA are in regard to infrastructure, so I'm not really clear on that. There were a couple of questions that I raised in closing the debate in moving this item at City Planning. One was whether our submission, and the officers have not got back to me, but one was whether there could be something included about the levers that the state could provide for the City Council and all of local government to actually deliver on the housing that they are anticipating we deliver. Because my understanding at the moment is they have an expectation that local government will somehow fast-track the delivery of affordable housing. And yet it's been asked at the SEQ planning workshops how we would be able to do that with the current provisions, and whether they may consider introducing some levers that lighten our requirements in terms of perhaps rezoning or other matters to actually deliver additional housing. So I don't know if the Director has any comment to make on that. And I also asked the question about the part of the submission, and Councillor Patterson may know the answer to this.
How about we deal one question
one at a time? Yeah, perhaps.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So we do have a point in our submission which is about social housing and requesting that the state make a commitment around the level of social housing that they're going to deliver for the city, and increasing that by 9%, I think, is the sort of figure that we've included in the submission. But we don't have anything specifically in the submission at the moment about the levers that they're going to allow us to pull, or that they're going to pull around the ongoing delivery of affordable housing.
So my question is whether you as Director and the city officers believe that we should introduce something that, and I don't have any proposed wording, but I was just concerned if this is the city's submission, that it reflects everything that we want from our submission. And I don't see how they can suggest that local government be responsible for increasing the supply of affordable housing under the current situation, which mainly depends on development and the development sector wanting to provide that type of housing.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So I think through the ongoing engagement that we've had with the state, we've been trying to get further direction from them about the sorts of levers that we can pull or that they'll be pulling, and about how we're going to facilitate these sorts of targets that we're setting. So happy to expand on anything that we've got in the submission that makes it clear that we really need their direction in terms of how we're going to pull the appropriate policy levers in order to reach the targets that they're setting for us. I don't know, Mr Mayor, if that means that we need to change anything in the recommendations. I think we can...
Take it on notice.
Yeah.
Take it on notice. Councillor, second question.
My other question related to the point in the submission that spoke about the need for a multi-level high school in Southport, and I asked the officers to remind me if I've forgotten where we considered that and how that became part of the submission. I just don't recall any conversation that we had around it.
Take that on notice. Okay, respond.
Mr Mayor, there was no, through you, Mr Mayor, there was no formal council resolution about a vertical education college. It was more in response to the growing population demand in the community and needing to provide additional educational facilities in that area to accommodate the growth. So, and the vertical college idea was just around the fact that with the increased levels of density in the area, the idea being that any future educational establishment in the community may need to be vertical in order to achieve. So it's trying to advocate for increased levels of educational facilities in that area to accommodate the growth that's foreseen.
Thanks, Director.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had to leave the meeting early, so I wasn't in attendance when it was discussed, but there's an item 8, Mr Mayor.
Okay, scroll. Yep.
And in the actual minutes, I think the area is the Helensvale-Coomera Regional Economic Cluster. And we talked about east-west interchanges and transport infrastructure at Foxwell, Beatty Road and Coomera North. So the Beatty Road and the Coomera North specifically were about the proposed flyovers. Foxwell Road, I'm assuming, is just the overall upgrade of exit 54. But Mr Mayor, I was just wondering whether or not the mover would be happy to extend that to also include Helensvale Road.
Yep.
Yeah, so we talk about Helensvale to Coomera Regional Economic Cluster, but then when we talk about the east-west interchanges and transport infrastructure...
You got Foxwell picking up Foxwell Road and Helensvale Road. Third line down.
Yeah, so Mr Mayor, I suppose my concern is in regards to the interchange at Helensvale Road. So we talk about Foxwell Road, Beatty Road and Coomera North at the last line, but it doesn't talk about the Helensvale Road infrastructure and interchange, which very broadly, Mr Mayor, is at Movie World and is saturated. So whilst it's in the line above, it's not in the line below. And I think that it should be, Mr Mayor.
All right,
So we've got a Coomera connector project which dumps onto our city-controlled Helensvale Road an interchange, and that interchange then connects to not one but 2 main roads. If the officers were good at advocacy, I'd love them to advocate that the state of Queensland should main Helensvale Road and take on the ultimate responsibility for servicing the state's transport network. So, but rather than it be silent, I think it should say Helensvale Road.
All right, so well, minute taker, can you add...
so in front of the word Foxwell...
Yeah, put Helensvale Road there. Comma. We good? Councillor Patterson, you okay with that? Yep. Okay. Anyone else speak against? Councillor Vorster? Well, you're not speaking against your own motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and just want to thank everyone at committee who contributed to what I think is a far superior set of words, and of course we've improved those words today. But Mr Mayor, between committee and today at full council, I've had an opportunity to further reflect on today's decision and our submission and what it could mean for the future of the city. And to be honest, I can't find myself comfortable enough to endorse the process that we've entered into. Mr Mayor, we, over many years, set about trying to address the housing supply issue here on the Gold Coast by developing a new city plan, the Amendment Package 2 and 3, which would have delivered many thousands of new homes here on the Gold Coast and placed those homes close to existing infrastructure. So not only would we end up with socially responsible, but also financially responsible outcomes. And Mr Mayor, we did that through extensive community consultation. I think 5 rounds of statutory community consultation to develop a plan that was right for the Gold Coast and was right for the moment. Now, the state government junked that plan, absolutely trashed that plan, and they trashed, I think, any community buy-in with developing future city plans, because why would a member of the community contribute to a consultation process if the government, after 5 occasions, was prepared to junk their feedback? Now, the alarm bells for me started ringing very early on when I read the city officer report into this process. Now, Mr Mayor, this is an extract from the report whose recommendations we're being asked to endorse today. Now, this is to do with the South East Queensland Regional Plan. While the concept of the proposed amendments is supported in principle, much of the content is incomplete, with elements still under development by the state government. For example, population projections have not been finalised, nor have employment benchmarks been provided for the 2046 planning horizon. Proposed regulatory changes have been signposted but haven't been provided, and targets for social housing have not been thoroughly considered. The lack of detail provided in the draft plan has made consideration of the update particularly difficult. This has been compounded by the compressed timeframes associated with the review. That continues, just one more paragraph. While the state government has engaged with city officers, the nature of the consultation has not been ideal. Primarily due to the very tight timeframes, the provision of information from the state government has been sporadic, with data often incomplete, inconsistent with previous advice, or provided without supporting evidence. While it is clear the state government officers and associated subject matter experts are doing the best that they can within challenging conditions, the timeframes allowed for this review are inadequate to allow proper consideration of various complex policy positions that, if implemented, and here's the kicker, will have long-term implications for the city and the region. Mr Mayor, that should be ringing alarm bells for each and every one of us in the chamber. When we go about planning for the city, not only do we consult, but over many, many years, we gather evidence to support our policy positions. The South East Queensland Regional Plan envelops the Gold Coast, but not only does it envelop the Gold Coast, it is the bedrock, it is the foundation upon which our future city plan will be built. And today we're being asked to endorse a draft South East Queensland Regional Plan, which is not only incomplete, it appears not fit for purpose, and there can be no argument that it will solve the problem that it's seeking to address, which is a housing shortage, because there aren't even housing projections in their draft plan. So I applaud city officers and I thank them for that frank and fearless advice, and I understand that today we might be making the best of a bad situation. But I think it must be clearly understood by the community that this is a terrible process, that there will be hidden costs, long-term implications for the city. And I think what's most concerning is that the state government has failed to commit to infrastructure in this plan. There is no certainty around infrastructure. So they will drive population growth, but not commit to the infrastructure we need to support that population. And that's going to constrain our economic prosperity, and it's going to damage our lifestyle. And I think it is just galling that we are being asked to endorse their hole-ridden, compromised plan when they refused to endorse our plan, which would have gone some way to solving this crisis and was actually based on evidence. Anyway, for that reason, Mr Mayor, I can't support this today, and I'd ask that people, my colleagues in the chamber, give some serious consideration to ventilating these concerns within the community, because although we might endorse it, we cannot own this disaster, and there will be a disaster. Thank you.
I'll go to you, Tim. I'll go to you. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr CEO?
Mr Mayor, while I absolutely agree with the free and fearless advice as it was described by the councillor in the report, I just remind councillors that we're not being asked to endorse the plan today. We're being asked to endorse our submission for the plan.
Anyone want to speak for? Oh, you already spoke for it, haven't you?
I haven't spoken for it. No. I moved it.
Okay, would you like to close?
Well, if someone else wants to speak before I close, I'll leave it with you, Mr Mayor.
Is there any others going to be speaking against? I just want to know, does anyone else want to speak against? All right, you go to close.
Can I please just advise the council of something that I've just noticed that's important?
Okay.
We've adopted the minutes, Mr Mayor, but there is an error that I have just seen, and I think the reason I'm raising it, it says that the final motion was moved by Peter Young, and it was actually moved by me as the mover of the motion. And there seems to be some confusion with some of the newer representatives that if someone moves an amendment, they close debate, and they don't. It goes back to the mover of the motion.
No, this wasn't an amended motion. You moved the motion with your amended.
Not today.
No, not today. This was at Planning Committee, Mr Mayor. So I moved the motion at Planning Committee. Then there was an amendment put forward by Councillor Young, and they referred back to Councillor Young to close debate. And I said, no, that's incorrect. I need to close debate as the mover of the motion. But the minutes reflect that Councillor Young closed debate. We can't change them because we adopted them, but I wanted to make other councillors aware that the mover of the original motion closes debate and not the mover of an amendment.
Can you put a note there, please? That so who closed the debate?
I closed the debate at committee.
Councillor Gates closed the debate at the committee. The minute hasn't been adopted. But let's just put that in, right? So while you're thinking about that, Councillor Patterson to closed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In supporting this today, I have to start by saying that I agree with absolutely everything that Councillor Vorster has said. The timing of this and the lack of detail that we are meant to respond to. So no employment projects completed, no targets on dwelling diversity and no social housing targets. We are doing this in a vacuum and they want us to respond on their targets without having given them to us yet. We have asked, and our officers have asked them again for it this week. We do not have another council meeting. We don't even have another planning committee meeting before this is due. And I'll say, Mr Mayor, this is not only on us. We are one of the largest councils and we have a lot of resources in our team and everyone's had to be hands on deck. Smaller councils have had to deal with this as well, without that level of resources. I don't know what the game is of the state government, but it is not to get good input. They've said in this document they are committed to this being completed by the end of the year. They're not committed to good results. And for something that is so sensitive for our community, population targets and infrastructure, for them to not be allowing an appropriate engagement, giving us the information we need before we respond, is somewhat bewildering. However, we do have to respond. I'll note that in here, it's referring to the last information we got from the state government on social housing. It was a letter from Minister Enoch to you, Mr Mayor, April 22, and I'll note it took her 8 months to provide us that information from when we asked for it. We have half the proportion of housing dwellings per population of Brisbane. And since that date, since we asked in April 22, they are still silent on what the target is. They haven't told us whether they're happy for us to have half what Brisbane has. We don't know, yet we are supposedly having to respond to imaginary targets which they haven't created yet. With regard to infrastructure charges, the planning minister has said that they are not going to look at infrastructure charges. When we have said consistently, if you're going to put this population target on this city, we need to be able to charge developers what it costs to deliver those charges, so the infrastructure. So again, we have consistently been asking for this, and again, they're silent in this document, other than to have made mention to councillors that they're not going to be investigating infrastructure charges. So with these, it is quite bizarre that I'm supporting this motion to be putting this forward, but we are the mouse, they are the elephant, they are asking for this by the end of the year, and we have to present something back. But it's really important that our community knows that we have gone into bat. The targeted growth amendments, I had hundreds of meetings with residents working out what we can do to make sure that these areas that are so precious to us can accommodate the population targets put on us by the state, but can still allow for our lifestyle to be maintained. They threw that out. They just completely threw it out. So I don't understand why they're bothering with this. They don't listen when there is rigorous consultation work done. They don't provide us the targets that we need, and goodness knows how officers are meant to be responding when they're responding to things that they haven't given us the information to. So it is with some regret that I propose this today. Thank you.
Okay. Debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Oh, seconder.
No, that was a seconder, wasn't it?
I don't know. Sorry, Mr Mayor, I just don't know who the seconder was. And
I don't know who the seconder was.
Oh, did anyone second that one?
It was genuine.
I think it was him. Wait a second.
Mr Mayor, if you want a seconder, I'm happy to second.
Yeah, I thought we had a seconder, otherwise.
Yeah, it's definitely right.
Yeah, definitely, Mr Mayor. Great, there it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry.
Okay.
The seconder was Councillor Hamill. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hamill. Good pick up. Okay. Let's put to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Division's called.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald.
And please record Councillor Peter Young absent for the vote. Motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'm not aware of any other proposed changes, but I just wanted to check with Councillor Vorster if he was making that DCOI on the general business item again.
Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It was another good catch by Councillor Hamill. My hand was up. I'd like to deal with item 8.1, if I could, for the purposes of making a declaration. Thank you.
Okay, let's do it. We're going to 8.1.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, there was a general business item moved, I think, by Councillor Hamill at committee. I rose to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration. And if we could just scroll down briefly. That was a reasonable person may form the view that I have an interest in the matter because a personal friend represents a car sharing operator on the Gold Coast. That's Brendan Wolfe. He's a representative of a car sharing operator which may be affected by a policy change. I'm seeking permission to continue participating in the matter on the basis that the general business item does not propose any specific change, merely invites an investigation into the issues of car sharing and new developments, and on that basis I consider the interest very minor and remote, that the public interest would be served with my views as an experienced city councillor and car parking advocate.
Car parking advocate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Self-appointed.
That part on the end.
Reported car parking advocate.
Some say the best in the world.
I think I move that procedural motion, Mr Mayor.
Procedural motion moved by Councillor Hamill. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone speak against the procedural motion that's on the screen? Then I shall put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones.
Did not vote? No. Motion carried. Might as well deal with 8.1. Councillor Hamill.
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. The hand went up at the same time, but his was bigger.
Fine, I pulled it down.
Mr Mayor, so this general business item was just in regards to the planning committee beforehand. We had 3 separate applications where car sharing arrangements were proposed as part of the development. It became evident at that committee that there was a need for councillors to understand more about car sharing arrangements, how they work in other cities and other CBDs, and possibly what changes might be required in an updated future city plan to help their use expand across the city in the right locations. So look forward to that report from officers.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, since we haven't adopted the minutes yet, can we make that change to the minutes of the planning committee to reflect Councillor Gates's
Yes, please. Could you
point she picked up?
let's make that change?
Which you would have changed.
Yeah, that's great. So that'll be done, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just before moving the last of the items, could I take the opportunity to thank Director Maguire for 12 months now. He sat in the Director Chair for planning, and this was his last planning committee and last full council meeting where he'll represent our committee. So on behalf of the committee, and I think on behalf of all councillors, could I extend my sincere thanks to Nick for jumping into the chair and absolutely grabbing the bull by the horns. Your fearless advice has been welcomed by all, and it's just thank you, sincerely thank you for your time in the chair, and we look forward to seeing your new next role with the city.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous. Thank you, Director. We now go to Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Thursday, 7th September 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 10, be received.
All right. Councillor Hamill, you want to second that?
Yes, please.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Vorster.
Item 6.3, thank you, Mr Mayor.
We're going to 6.3, councillors. Go ahead.
It's not a 6.3.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at based on the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, climate resilience and sustainability strategy. Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like it dealt with separately so that I can just note a vote in the negative. So if there might be a mover and a seconder.
Mover someone?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Move, Councillor Hamill, second to Councillor Tozer. Councillor Hamill, you go first. You want to say anything?
Mr Mayor, just that we enjoyed a very thorough presentation at committee on this report. It's very obvious that this particular report picks up on several different points inside the organisation, is bringing them all together in a holistic way. And we look forward to the next update from officers and how we're progressing on these important steps in this area.
Speaking against, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I want to thank city officers for taking a very holistic view at this issue, which I know is not only important to the business, but also to the community. I did have an opportunity to read through the report again last night. And Mr Mayor, I was a little bit unsettled with page 80. So for those tuning in or for my colleagues here, there is a section here that deals with a low carbon future, and no doubt that that's where we're headed. However, one of the measures of success for us as a business is local businesses' greenhouse gas emissions, with the implication that we will measure our success based on the ability for local businesses to drive down their own emissions. And when I began to unpick that, Mr Mayor, I saw a desire within the business to begin injecting, let's call it carbon reporting into our future procurement decisions. And I just think we're far too early in the piece to begin having that conversation. I think from a regulatory point of view, that is best dealt with by the state and Commonwealth. And to the extent that city officers might say, well, all we'll simply do is report or refer local businesses to those other agencies to get educated and resourced and plugged in with reporting platforms, I just worry that we're going to embed costs into procurement and unnecessarily drive up the cost of doing business. And most importantly, Mr Mayor, and this is the thing that made me particularly uncomfortable, I wouldn't want to create barriers in the future to smaller businesses on the Gold Coast that would hope to supply to council from being able to do that because they don't have the time or sophistication to understand their carbon emissions, which in the fullness of time may be a way that we begin weighing procurement decisions as a city. So for that reason, Mr Mayor, I can't support it. I just think at this moment in time, it's a bridge too far, but on 90% of the matter, I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Speaking for? Question. Right.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Vorster, the reporting, would it, certainly council's not suggesting that the businesses report to them, would that be the federal government?
So through you, Mr Mayor, if I may respond. Look, it's my understanding that there will be access provided free of charge to some portal which will allow businesses to report, I suppose, on their carbon footprint and their emissions. But I did have an opportunity prior to this meeting to have a chat with one city officer because I wasn't at the meeting, and our conversation turned to some point in the future where our procurement policy may be changed to provide a weighting for businesses based on their emissions. And I fully appreciate that that's not the decision point today, but it's certainly the path that we're setting ourselves down. And I think that's troublesome because smaller businesses, in my experience, don't have the capacity and sophistication to do that. And it could be, for all of the work we've done with local procurement and trying to drive local participation into our purchasing, we could be undoing that in the future by creating too much burden and regulation. I understand we're not proposing to implement that today, but it's setting us down that path, and I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you, Mr.
CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of points if I may. So firstly, and I think the councillors just reflected on what I was about to say to begin with, which is this strategy in no way seeks to amend our procurement policies at this stage. City officers believe that it is broadly consistent with having a carbon strategy, a carbon reduction strategy that we would, of course, who we engage moving forward, would have to seek to reduce carbon. That at the end of the day, a large chunk of what we do is delivered by third-party providers. So if you're going to have a strategy that is about reducing carbon, I might say out to 2050, then over that 2050 journey, we would have to start to look at our suppliers. But what's also implicit in the strategy and very important is that the city is in a unique opportunity to work with those small companies that the councillor has pointed to and help them on that journey, because it won't just be the council who will be requiring this in the future. I think everyone can acknowledge that all levels of government and most large organisations in Australia are moving on this path. So the council has a unique opportunity to work with those small businesses and help them on that journey, because they're going to need to get on that journey no matter what. And that's the intent of the strategy. It's certainly not the intent to make any radical or in fact any changes at all at this stage to our procurement policies moving forward.
Okay. Councillor Pauline Young?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure if I'm the only councillor that's having this problem, but none of my minutes match the agenda. So the agenda item had 7 or 8 items, and in our minutes it's just got 6.1, 6.2, 7.1 and 7.2. So there's no minutes for 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 attached. So I don't know if my colleagues are the same, but yeah, there's just a total disconnect.
Through the Mayor, I actually think it's probably for the agenda before. If you look at the front, it's probably 10th of August rather than the September meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've gotten the wrong minutes. I had the same epiphany when I opened up my bag this morning and went,
We will take a break. Come back in 10 minutes. He's all right. Okay. Councillor, because the minutes, I don't know if it's been distributed for water and waste, so I take it we really haven't had a thorough read of it. And I look at the agenda there, climate change, what I think it would hold. Councillor, I move a procedural motion that the water, waste, energy be dealt with at the next council meeting. Second that, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone speak against that? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? The whole. Yeah, that agenda. Okay. So you got time to read it then. Against? Anyone? No? Motion carried. Well, that one's done. All right, let's go to have a look at governance. Where is governance? Gee, my thing is out of order. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Owen Jones.
Yep, Mr Mayor, I move the report of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 12th of September 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 14, be received.
Seconded, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
Mr Mayor, if we could deal with 6.5 separately, please.
Where's 14? Where's 1 to 14?
I don't have the minutes either.
7.2.
I'm just reading what's there.
You better correct that. That's all right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh, but is that how you
Well, councillors, I don't have the minutes for it.
Mr Mayor, just 6.5, we just need to make an amendment, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
And the officers have provided me with some words. Mr Mayor, there was a conversation at committee in regards to our previous councillor in Division 4 who had been noted in the draft accounts, and there was conversation along the lines of if he's noted, it would make sense that Councillor Curtis was noted. And I think where we've arrived now is that we're going to add into Division 4 the position that it was at the 30th of June, where we were represented by Councillor Caldwell, and use the same words that Councillor Caldwell had provided in the previous year's annual report.
Yeah, I agree.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So, and I think that's what the words reflect in the amended motion.
Yeah.
And that still takes into account, during the committee meeting, Mr Mayor, we talked about some of the annual report notes needing to reflect the costs of a motor vehicle, and that's been done. There was also an amendment in regards to the financial statement words, and then I'm aware after the meeting I had also received a query from Councillor Peter Young in regards to one of the notes around superannuation, Mr Mayor. So I don't know if, Peter, did you want to discuss that before I move it?
Thank you. I'm trying to find it.
So very broadly, Mr Mayor, in regards to Councillor Young's query, we have an option of doing some salary sacrifice and then having a portion of that superannuation being also matched by the city, which is relatively common in regards to the city. And the majority of the councillors have taken that on, but some councillors haven't, which is why there is two different amounts. Peter was suggesting, or Councillor Young was suggesting that it might make it clearer in the annual report if there was an amendment to a note that indicated why there were two different amounts for effectively councillors when we receive a statutory amount in regards to our superannuation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I read it, and I guess...
You get more because you're on a higher salary, Mr Mayor.
But to a learned person, you understand that part of it, but to add that to it, I don't see a problem.
Yeah, so Councillor Young, I don't know whether or not you need to find it, but I think that was what you were seeking. Is that correct?
Thanks, through you, Mr Mayor. I did receive some advice from Mr Taylor, Matt Taylor, who's head of our council of support, and he indicated that there was a difference in the superannuation payable on the motor vehicle allowance. I don't understand that. And that's what I think is probably not reflected in the report, that disparity.
That's not true.
So that's not correct. So, and I'm happy to take that offline with Matt, but so the allowance you don't receive any superannuation on the allowance, you know? And so there is no disparity there. Is whether or not you've made an additional contribution or not. So either way, Mr Mayor, I think it would make sense that we have a note that indicates why there are, because there were councillors with two different superannuation amounts, and it was because some had opted in and some had opted out. And I think Councillor Tozer, from memory, there was a period of time where you had opted not to make that additional contribution.
I did not, but the annual report is accurate in relation.
Just a general note that the council can opt in or opt out of that amount of contribution.
And if I can get a second to Mr Mayor, I won't speak to it.
Second.
Well, number two, well, just hold them there.
It's just an amendment.
Number two, cover it. All right?
Yeah.
Question, Mr Mayor?
What else?
I don't have any other questions concerned.
Question? Councillor.
In the minutes of the meeting at B and C, and Councillor Owen-Jones referred to them, but 1B and 1C in the minutes don't seem reflected on the motion that's in front of us. So my understanding is that A is being altered in the changed the changed motion that Councillor Owen-Jones, but B and C are remaining the same from the minutes on page 7 of the minutes. My question is that correct? Is that correct, Councillor Owen-Jones? Through you, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
So yes, Mr Mayor, we definitely need to take it.
So cut and paste B and C into it. Okay. While we're doing that, seconder, Councillor Patterson. Anyone speak against this? Councillor Jones, you want to close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separate?
Maybe 7.1, if I could move that separately, Mr Mayor.
7.1, okay. We're going to 7.1.
And if I could get a seconder, I'll speak to it briefly, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson.
So, Mr Mayor, this is the re-provisions, and I just thought I'd make sure that we spoke publicly in regards to the allocation of funds in the strategic priority reserve towards stage 3 of the light rail.
No, can you pause there for a second?
I need you to do a general motion and move it at the end. We'll just move this one paper.
No, so we do that at the
General business.
in general business. All right. So I'll do a procedure motion and put it in general. Councillors have been advised that we'll have to move it 7.1 into general business.
From the Water and Waste Committee.
From the Water and Waste Committee.
It's the Socky.
All right. So when I made that procedure motion to do the light, I just do I'll just do a Mayoral Minute motion. Just pause it for a second. So what we'll do, we'll deal with this governance, and then before we get on to the next one, I'll pull the other one back out, so we do a general business item on 7.1 of the water and waste. So during our break, if you can have a read of the 7.1 in water and waste, we'll take it off we'll bring that forward, okay? Now, in doing this, I think we'll go back to this 7.1, finish this off. If there's anything else, finish off the governance administration, then break for lunch, and then I'll work with the CEO on the general item business. Is that all right, everyone? I didn't confuse you too much. So I'll go back to Councillor Jones then.
So, Mr Mayor, on page 12 of the unconfirmed minutes, we have an amount of 22 odd million, and it is odd because we also in an earlier amount had transferred some additional funds. So at the end of the day, what we've done through the re-provisions is provided in the strategic priority reserve an amount of $23 million towards the city's future commitment that we already have with the state of Queensland in regards to stage 3 of the light rail, which will effectively leave us with still $20 million to fund as our total contribution of $92 million towards stage 3 of the light rail, being funded through effectively our current budget without needing to borrow for that stage 3, if you're on, and that is not something dissimilar to what we've done with the last couple of re-provisions. But, Mr Mayor, one of the things that we know is that after the completion of stage 3 of the light rail, 2 years after the completion, the state will be handing over to the City of Gold Coast a section of the Gold Coast Highway of approximately 6.7 kilometres in length, which will be a contributed asset with all of the refurbished water, sewer and stormwater, curb and channelling, etc. And that has an estimated value of somewhere between $300 and $400 million. So this re-provision gets us almost to being able to not borrow to meet our commitment to stage 3, but it also it's done in the context that we will get quite a significant contribution from the state of Queensland in due course. So I think it was important that we said that rather than it not be said.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? You're happy with the close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items separately? Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the remaining recommendations of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillors, we'll take a break for lunch, come back. 1 o'clock? You want 1 o'clock or do you want 12:45? 12:45. I reckon streaming's on. We're all back. Well, have you got a Mayoral Minute on the screen? Okay. Councillors, the CEO has advised the council we may be subject to a fine and potential reputational damage if we don't deal with item 7.1 from Waterways Committee at today's GM. What the committee, the Waterways Committee, do we need to put a number in there? 835. Oh, it's in there, is it? Okay, beg your pardon. No, I didn't read further. As such, in accordance with section 14 of Subordinates Law 1.1, I direct the meeting's attention to this matter as follows. It's a Mayoral Minute, councillors. That item 7.1, SLCI, Critical Infrastructure Risk Management Program, from 835 fifth meeting of Council Water Waste and Energy Committee be dealt with as a late item on other business. Item at Council 834 meeting of today, isn't it? Yeah. Why don't we just go to today? Oh, yeah, well, I'd leave it that date. All right, Council, that's... Yeah, good. So we don't want to be fined, we don't want to lose damage, so councillors, and that should be circulated to you. There's no further explanation to it. Anyone object to that? Put the motion to you then. All in favour, show of hands. Against, meeting, the motion carried unanimous. Here, here. I'm going to miss that. I won't.
No, I'm still here.
All right, yeah. Okay, we shall go to economic tourism and events. Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Thursday, 12th of September 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 3 be received.
All right. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Only 2 items here, councillors.
So, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Castro, yes.
So, yeah, Mr Mayor, yes, only 2, and the second item, 7.2, was actually deferred for the full council meeting.
For which one? Which count? This one?
7.2, yeah, it was a closed session item, Mr Mayor. This was the hotter precincts review.
So should we deal with 7.1 then? Oh, Councillor Vorster, 7.1 we're going to deal with, councillors.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just rising to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration. Could scroll down.
Oh, yes.
Mr Mayor, a reasonable person may form the view I have a personal interest in this matter. This is because Bond University is identified as a respondent in the process and a decision may culminate in the granting of a lease of public land. My wife works at Bond University. I've attended events in my capacity as councillor at Bond from time to time, but it's not germane. I've just included that for completeness. If we could scroll to the bottom. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter. The declaration is being made voluntarily and to address heightened public interest and scrutiny which may exist when granting rights over public land. As a long-term councillor and former chair of the EDMP committee, my participation in the decision will improve the ultimate decision. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Standard wording, shouldn't it?
No, it's all right. I'll move that Councillor Vorster may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because the interest is minor and remote.
Okay. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Patterson.
It's just not relevant. There should be some standard thing there. But that sums it up there. No, just trying to keep it simple.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to all in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Did not vote, Councillor Vorster. Motion carried.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to... Oh, sorry.
I was going to move
okay.
I'm happy to move the committee recommendation, or I can second Councillor Castro's. If there's no
Councillor
motion on the
Tozer,
table.
over to you.
You
Moved.
You can do, yeah.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the committee recommendation.
Yeah, happy to second.
Seconder, Councillor Castro.
Doesn't matter which one, does it?
We can get into debate now, can't we?
Yeah, I think Councillor has a question.
Question, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, we were circulated this morning with some minutes which included the presentation and it included an image, Mr Mayor, which is on page 11 of the minutes, which is effectively a block diagram of what it might look like, including on page 12 there's another block diagram which effectively is a massing diagram which also includes what it might look like. Mr Mayor, I probably have some questions that I'd like to ask specifically about those, and I don't know whether you want to do that in open or closed.
No, we've got to go into close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Procedure
Councillor, I'm happy to
motion.
move.
Go into close. Commercial and confidence. Move. Councillor Gates, seconder. Councillor Patterson, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. streaming on. We have a motion there, moved by Councillor Tozer, seconded by Councillor Castro. I go to Councillor Tozer to speak for the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, we discussed this matter at the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee at length and fleshed out a couple of concerns that we had about some of the preliminary material that was provided to us, which is on confidential papers, so we can't talk about it too explicitly today. However, some of those issues were distilled down to quite well by Councillor Owen-Jones in the closed session. There was contributions from a number of different councillors expressing some concerns, and I know that officers have taken those concerns on board. And the motion that we have before us right now, I think, captures our intent, which is to gather more information from the proponent who is seeking to activate a site we have already explicitly said we want to activate, right in the heart of our hotter arts and culture precinct. In particular, this proposal is complementary to some of the existing uses that are here, and whilst I can't go into those details, I think it's going to be pretty exciting if something like this comes back with the proponent having taken on the feedback that councillors have in good faith provided to officers today. If we can get this moving forward, I think 24 and 25, 2024-25, we'll see a really exciting new prospect for this precinct. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Castro, you want to close on behalf of Councillor Tozer? No, we're good? Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. (7.2). All right, that's the committee recommendation. I think. What's happening?
I was just going to explain the committee recommendation, but.
Oh yeah, please, Councillor Castro, because we're on stream and people want to understand.
So, Mr Mayor, there was a lot of debate again about the hotter precinct and speaking about hotter into the future and what we're going to do on this site. There were a lot of questions and concerns over, I think, a few things, including the cost. The actual cost in particular, and breaking down those costs, and also going back to looking at the original business. What's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, case. That's it. Thank you. Business case, and the original business case which we've since been provided with some information to clarify and remind us of what we undertook back then. It was decided that after some very robust debate, I think the whole meeting went for almost 3 3/4 hours with those two items, the one that we've just dealt with and this one, that we needed to refer this or defer it and refer it back to full council for further discussion so that all councillors could have some input and understand what the discussions were about.
Thank you. Councillors, I just want to explain a couple of things, but it's commercial in confidence. So move Councillor Owen-Jones, second to Councillor Hamill, that we go into close due to commercial in confidence. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Streaming off. on. Right. Yeah. I moved the motion. Councillor Toth, can you do me a favour and speak on the motion for me?
Mr Mayor, this is quite a favour. And like any favour, it'll need to be repaid. But I will say a few words about this project, which is quite contentious, and it is in closed session, so there's very little that we can talk about except to know that the item is Hotter Precinct Update Report, and the information that we have before us is that your advocacy in relation to joint funding at state and federal level is ongoing. You've already talked about it. We've already included it in documents that the public is aware of in identifying some of the key projects for our city, and this is one of them. There's no doubt that there are lots of moving parts to this project. Obviously, we've got this great gallery in the outdoor stage. We've got the existing cinema and theatre space that we have, and there's no secret that we're excited about the idea of having theatres in this area, growing this precinct. Anybody who's a commentator or an interested party that's connected to Hotter knows some of the plans we have here, and they're bold and they're ambitious, and unfortunately, they're not deliverable really with council's funding exclusively, even though up to this point, every single part of this project has been funded by this council. We are seeking state and federal recognition of the work that's gone into the precinct so far. We think, we're putting our faith in you today by supporting this motion, hopefully, that'll see that your advocacy at that state and federal level will see really a true partnership through all levels of government to support arts in this city as we grow into a cultural destination and, the sixth largest city in Australia. And the time is right for the state and federal governments to get on board and come partner with us and, hold our hands through this and also come up with opening their wallets. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Speaking against the motion, well, I close the debate. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried, supermajority. Right. What else we got?
I don't know whether or not Councillor Vorster would like to be noted as voting in favour of that, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, it's quite correct. Councillor Owen Jones does not know.
Back to Bob to close for.
Yeah, well, tempted to count again and call it division this time around. It's all right.
What could possibly go wrong?
No, it's carried, so super majority. Let's not be so greedy. Councillor Lacastra, what say you?
Mr Mayor, I think both 7.1 and 7.2 have been resolved, so I don't think there's anything to... Sorry? Didn't we do the... Oh, sorry, yes, of course, there we go. There's 1 to 3, isn't there? Of course, I'm saying, there we go. Okay, yes, I moved 1, the minutes, yeah, sorry. The minutes was hours ago, I forgot all about that.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Consideration notice of motion?
Nil.
Nil. Question on notice, anyone? Nil. Presentation of petitions. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I move that the petition requesting the Gold Coast City Council address issues related to transport and traffic disturbances at Lancashire Drive, Mudgeeraba, be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration and a report to council.
Seconder, James Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, there are some issues in some of our schools' precincts. It is very much a local issue and we're working with officers pretty closely. I've also got an upcoming meeting with King's Christian College, which is the nearby school, but I think the issues that are being raised here by these petitioners are actually really applicable to lots of schools throughout the city, and I think there'd be value in the community considering the report in due course.
Yep, thank you. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. I think general business is nil. Nil. Then, councillors, we go to other business, which is the 7.1, SOCI. Critical Infrastructure Risk Management Program. And Councillor O'Neill, would you move the recommendation?
I will move that recommendation. It's just, if anybody hasn't read it, it's actually, the recommendation's on page 140 of the agenda. And we're just endorsing the submission of a voluntary annual report to the Department of Home Affairs, which has to be lodged by the 28th of this month.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. just get the motion up there and then we're happy. Right, viewers, the motion on the screen. Moved, Councillor O'Neill, seconder, Councillor Peter Young. You got that? Okay, and debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Councillor Taylor, what were you doing? Is that a yes? Unanimous. Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah. All right, councillors, meeting closed at 14:42, but don't go away, I've got more bonus thing, streaming off.